There we go. We were having a few just technical difficulties right at the start. Couldn't get the VTube to come up. But hello, my caskets. I hope you all had a wonderful night. I hope you're ready for another stream. Today we are doing Final Fantasy, continuing the main story quest, as we mentioned yesterday. And hello, Golden. It's nice to see you again after so long. Yes, we are continuing where we left off on the MSQ yesterday. Not yesterday, Saturday? I don't know, I was really tired, so the stream wasn't as long as I had wished. But today we're doing the full 4 hours. If it'll let me leave the thing, there we go. So, where we left off last time, we just met up with Gosetsu and Yotsuyu, or I guess he's calling Tsuyu, and it seems like she's lost all her memories, which, yay, I guess. It doesn't really excuse all the shit she did, but, congestion. But no, hopefully we see some good developments here. I'm not sure how much longer the in-between Post-Stormblood MSQ is before we finally get into Shadowbringers, which I've heard Shadowbringers is phenomenal. And I'm not sure how true it is, or like at what point, but someone had told me something, if I remember correctly, that there's a crossover that I'm really going to enjoy in Shadowbringers. So I'm looking forward to that, and we'll see what it is when we get there. Jump this over to Prime. Maybe someday I'll see these people again. We must meet Lord Hien as soon as possible, though mayhap not at the Enclave. I will send word requesting that he receives us at the House of the Fierce, where there are fewer prying eyes. If we are all in agreement, I shall scout ahead and see that the way is clear. Pray follow as swiftly as you are able, and join me on the outskirts of Namai. Random roulette. Dog. I think this is the Final Fantasy 15 dog, or 16 dog. I can pet him. All is well? Good. The others are hiding nearby. Let us proceed, quietly if possible. I don't... Thank you for delivering Gosetsu back to us in one piece. We are lucky indeed to have friends who journey to the other side of the world to help us, and repeatedly at that. We have much more to think upon, but as regards to the Empire, we can but watch and wait. Now then, since you've come all this way, you must allow me to show you around the Enclave. I would not have you thinking we've been idle in your absence. The rebuilding effort proceeds apace, I am pleased to say, and we are now ready to welcome home our countrymen who have been displaced by the war. Should they so desire, there is a place there for those who fled to Eorzea. We would all be delighted to accept your invitation, Lord Hien, and I have no doubt that your subjects to Ravenstow would be heartened to hear that the Lord has not forgotten them. Revenant? No, it's nothing. I just thought Gosetsu and Yukiri would be back by now. Forgive me, Lord Hien. Forgive me, my lord, but Captain Chifuyu is nowhere to be found. Oh? He was here when I arrived? For now, we have taken Yotsuyu to a private chamber and assigned another to watch over her, my lord. But I find it passing strange that the captain should leave his post with nary a word. That does seem most unusual. If you mean we to look for a man, we would be happy to assist you. We'd be glad to have your help. I will search around. While I search without, mayhap you could ask our soldiers here if they know anything. I will join you. With respect, my lord, you should remain here. Should the Empire move against us, you would be better able to coordinate our response. Ha! Near I was thinking I was in charge. You have the right of it. Go on, then. I will mind the house. What happened? There we go. You seek the captain? He passed by a little while ago. I wonder if I should tell someone as it happens. He did not look well, you see. I asked if aught were the matter, and he told me that the past had caught up with him. But I would doubt it was that. There are older men in our ranks. Oh, is he gathering together a mob to kill her? Captain Chifuyu. He was headed for the northern entrance when I last saw him. I was going to invite him to train with us, but he did not hear me when I called out to him. If you need him, I dare say the sentry on duty would be able to tell you more. Indeed, I suggested as much to Miss Alice when she came asking earlier. Is something amiss? Aye, the captain went outside a few bells ago, looking quite unwell. I'm sorry to say. This I mentioned to Gosetsu, who straight away struck out after him. Hope they'll be alright. Gosetsu too? It seems everyone is bent on joining the search. That's all well and good, but someone has to stay behind. There's no telling what the Empire is plotting. You go on, Mayrish. Alphino and I will hold the fort. Chifuyu. We found him, at least. Forgive me. Now is not the time for brooding. Come, let us rejoin the others. I thank you for your help in the search. Gosetsu has told me all that transpired. I would not presume to defend the life Jifuyu led before we joined the front, nor will I condemn it. Frankly, it is not my place to judge. I will only say this. The Jifuyu I know has ever been a man of courage. That he should feel driven to flee bespeaks the depth of his terror. Even now, Yotsu casts a shadow over the realm. But the question of what is to be done with her must wait. The Empire is on the move once more. Hold on, everybody. I've got a phone call. Okay. It's just an automated message. While you were out searching for Jifuyu, we received word from our shinobi allies. An Imperial ship has been sighted over Doman soil. Our visitor's objective remains unclear. It may be another attempt to recover Yotsuyu, or a prelude to invasion. Either way, the craft reportedly advances at speed, and appears bound for Castrum Fulminus. I will go there and ascertain their intent. If we ride out in force, it will only end one way. So should we keep our numbers to a minimum? Yugiri, Marish, can I count on you? Yes, my lord. Of course. Alize and I would play our part as well. We will not stand idly by while our common foe threatens the lands of our friends and allies. We will be glad of the help. You are acquainted with Hokuro, I believe. Then I bid you seek him out and assist in maintaining order in the Enclave. When the people see an Imperial ship, they are liable to panic. I would have you reassure them and should come to it, aid in their evacuation. Very well, we will depart at once. Do take care. What of me, my lord? The Empire may be after Yotsuyu. You are to remain here and guard her until my return. As you wish. Pray stay close to Marish and Yugiri. Well, guard duty and not a breath of protest. Now I have seen it all. To Castrum Fulminus, then. Let us find out what the Empire's game is. Get a little bit more of the map while we're flying around. The area is secure. Whatever visitor's purpose, they plainly believe they can achieve it alone. The craft should come into view at any moment. Let us await them inside the castrum. Why is it smoking? The Empire, an emissary of peace? I mean, as a scion, I could blow them out of the sky. Who's this? Huh? What? The Empire doesn't do peace. I'm shaky on this one. We shall escort our guests across the river to the Enclave. You agree? Pray go on ahead to the Yuzuka Manor docks and see that the ferries are ready. Lord Hien and I will accompany the Imperial delegation on the first ferry. When you are ready, speak with the boatman and join us on the other side. Hello, Suzu. Hi, Luffy. Thank you, thank you. My day is going rather well. We're just doing some Final Fantasy, enjoying my first playthrough of it. And hello, Suzu. How was the bun this morning? Are you having a good day, Luffy? Kinda. At least I'm home alone. My name is Kozakura and I manage the accounts that Oh yeah, I'm just gonna skip this because it looks like it's probably something to do with rebuilding, I guess. Yeah, it looks like it's something about rebuilding. You never knew me and Reaper play the same games? Yeah, so, I first met Reaper playing 1, and then we just kind of ended up playing a lot of the same stuff. There you are, Mayrish. So, first things first. What do you think of the Enclave? I must say, I'm quite proud of what my countrymen have accomplished in the time. We have an 8th right now, courtesy of Onishishu. Be sure and attune to it, would you? Perhaps it has the warrior's light of seal of approval. People might start actually using the thing. Reaper's your favorite streamer just for chill vibes? That's wonderful. I really hope they're happy to hear that. But on to the matter at hand. The ambassador and his retinue are at my home. taking their ease ahead of the negotiations. I want you there when the talking starts. It was served to send a message to the Empire. The Eorzea and Doma stand united. I will start watching you, though, since you're his friend. Oh, I really appreciate that, Luffy. Hi, Rasta. Thank you, thank you. It will serve to send a message to the I am not normally one for hollow posturing, but in this game of nations, such gestures carry weight. Oh, and you should feel uneasy about speaking for the Scions. Alphino and Alizé will be there. You need only eat, drink, and look imposing. Say you'll come. I've got to stick to my smart aleckness. Very well. It promises to be a dull affair, to be sure, but you have survived far worse. When you're ready, come and join me at my humble abode. The Kane can. The guardsman will see you in. Kien can. Oh, Takuro. I've been grinding Honkai with Mia. Star Rail? Oh, Benoit. Yeah, and I'm a noob, and after 2 days I got to level 40. Yeah, I've seen a few people playing Honkai Star Rail. Clara plays it, and, Benoit is sleepy, I lay on table and nap. Suzu, don't sleep on the table, sleep in bed. Be a good bunny. I'm a noob and I think I got pretty good. Star Rail is the turn-based Honkai game, right? I don't know, to be honest, I just play. Valid. Pet the dog. I got one of the 5 stars in the game. She's the main character from the beginning. Her special is a nuke missile. Is she a glass cannon type? I'm gonna grab my controller and load up in Honkai. Okay, I appreciate it. Feel free to lurk. I can't let Mia beat me. Okay. This seems skady and skeevy. Or shady and skeevy. Prisoner exchange. rather not, but I guess. I'm gonna fix something real quick. Much better. Well, that was unexpected. You can say that again. I still don't know quite what to make of it all. But on the surface, a prisoner exchange does seem a good way to begin. The question is, can they be trusted? They had naught to gain by divulging the details of their internal divisions. As it stands, we have no reason to doubt them. But the ambassador's mention of Yotsuyu left me ill at ease. It made his grand talk of peace seem uncannily like a lengthy preamble. You think this might be a ruse to facilitate her retrieval? Perhaps, though I cannot fathom why they would go to such lengths. Yotsuyu may have been the acting viceroy, but she's not Garlean, not even highborn. Her value must presumably lie in what she knows. Which brings us to the little matter of her memory loss. In her present condition, she would not yield any worthwhile intelligence, nor is she worth much as a bargaining piece. Alphino, you are well acquainted with the Empire's methods. I would have your thoughts on this matter. My knowledge is at your disposal, Lord Ian. While the ambassador's proposal is appealing in principle, it would be remiss of us not to give it due scrutiny. Indeed, though it seems to me I have little choice but to accept regardless. With so many of my brothers and sisters languishing in imperial camps, I cannot well turn my back on chance to secure their reparation. Only the kami know when I will be afforded another. But ere we continue, shall we excuse these two? I fear what follows will bore them to tears. I was just about to show myself out, it happens. Come on, Mirish. Let's leave Alphino to dispense with his copious knowledge. Those are some squeaky shoes, Alize. And someone is still sore from being made to watch at Sakazuki. Go on and keep Alize company. We are safe enough for now. A chance to relax at last. I know when I'm out of my depth, Mirish. Though no weapons are drawn, a negotiation is no less a battle, and the stakes can be every bit as high. One misplaced word and people could die. Take someone with a cool head, and I'll be the first to admit that's not me. So we're left with the eternal question, what to do while they prattle on. Food. Actually, what's my inventory looking like? I'm gonna eat a fat Choco Choco. Oh, it can only go as high as 1 hour. Oh yeah, duration can be extended to 60, okay. Hello, Golden. Welcome back. Alright, if for want of a better suggestion, what say you a brief tour of the newly liberated dome? I'd be interested in hearing how the people are faring in their own words, and if it's not... And it's not as if we'll be missed here, nor will we. Marish, a moment if you would. Ah, Yugiri and Asahi, was it? You have some business with Marish? Business? No. Pleasure, my lady. I merely wish to exchange a few words with the famed slayer of gods and champion of Eorzea. It is truly an honor. Such heartfelt admiration. One could almost forget that you're an envoy of the Empire. How's the game? The game's going good. We're slowly making progress through this. Oh, is it so strange? We may have stood on opposing sides in the past, but I see no contradiction in lauding the women who would do battle with our common enemy. And lest you forget, this is my homeland. It'd be remiss of me not to at least thank her for containing the threat posed by the Kojin's vile Aegon. Now, if I may continue, as we speak, Lord Ian deliberates over my proposal, and I would take this time to see the land I once called home. Though Lady Yugiri is certain to be a jovial escort, the excursion would be all the most enjoyable for your company, and safer besides. The ambassador has the right of it. He is not like to come to harm with you at his side. Will you join us? I'd rather not. I'm quite sure I'll be safe with you, Yugiri. Come now, Marish. There's naught else for us to do until Lord Ian has reached his decision. And we're not this moment discussing how best to learn... And were we not at this moment discussing how best to learn more of the current state of Doma? Even Alizé? Come on. It's settled then. The four of us shall make a brief excursion through Yancia. Might we start at the town of Mosen? I would see what has become of Doma Castle. Very well, if you would follow me. This seems shady. I don't like it. Nay, can this truly be Monzen, home to the cream of Domus Samurai? I heard that Yotsuyu intended to send some few of our automata here, but only by way of warning. It should not have come to this. Indeed, her savagery served only to incense the people and spur them to rise up and protest. It was folly to think such methods of governance could ever prove effective. The sooner we begin to make amends for the senseless destruction here, securing supplies and support for the reconstruction effort should not prove difficult. Once our nations are formally at peace, of course. Yes, of course. If you'd have a better view of what remains of the castle, we must proceed through ruins. It is a travesty, a travesty. I remember the keep being so beautiful. In the light of the setting sun, one would swear it was aflame. It's indeed a doleful spectacle. Mayhap we will rebuild it one day, when we have finished helping our people to rebuild their lives. Spoken like a true popularis. The needs of the people must of course come first. Speaking of whom, would you be opposed to me seeing how they live firsthand? The village of Mai is but a short journey from here, if I'm not mistaken. By river, yes. If you will follow me, I will ready our boat. Ready to cast off? It's a duty. What is about to happen? It's you two. And a bunch of red Kojin. Yeah, there's a lot of Kojin. I am a tank through and through. It screams shady and sketchy. Don't you dare bring up Ishgard. Dear me, I'd hoped to convey my views on our nation's shared hopes under more peaceful circumstances. Yet this regrettable little interlude did afford me a chance to see the famed hero of Eorzea in action, And few Imperial soldiers can say that. At least, few who lived to tell the tale. Well, after that little ordeal, I believe it may be time for us to return to the Enclave. Return, my lord? But what of Namai? You seem so eager to observe the villagers going about their daily lives. To be frank, I still am. But I rather doubt the good people of Namai would take kindly to the sight of a man in imperial uniform with blood still dripping from his blade. Even in your company, my presence would only prove a distraction. Fret not, however. Thanks to the three of you, I have seen a great deal more than I otherwise would. And with any luck, Lord Hien will have finished considering my proposal by the time we return. Thank you again for agreeing to join me. If not for your aid, the Kojin may well have overwhelmed us. Pray go on ahead. Lord Hien is expecting you. I will remain without and keep watch over our guest. Well, we had best not keep him waiting. Welcome back, my friend. Yugiri tells me you accompanied her and Asahi on the tour of Yonshu. I'd hoped you might take the opportunity to recover from your exertions at Sakazuki. But I gather your time was well spent. Until the ambassador affords Yugiri a chance to make a full report, however, I must rely on you to supply the details, so please, tell us how it all unfolded. The Red Kojin? Here? Have there been any other such incidents since the liberation? Not that I'm aware of. If they're planning some new venture here in Yonshu, I'm going to call it Yansha. We'll need to increase the patrols. In any event, I am indebted to you for fighting them off. But tell me, and don't be modest, is Asahi truly the first to leap to the youngster's aid? He was. I was quick to doubt him when we first met, but his desire to save them seemed quite genuine. It's possible he truly believes what he's saying. In the time I've known you, you have always been an excellent judge of character. What do you make of the ambassador? I want to trust him, but I feel like I can't. There's been too many coincidences. I'm just going to say silent. He confounds you too, I see. And for that reason alone, we would be fools to underestimate him. Regardless of his aim, I am resigned to play his game, for now at least. Well, forswearing summons should be simple enough, considering you never dabbled in it in the first place, which just leaves the somewhat thornier question of how to police the Red Kojin. It was with that very question in mind that I sought Alphino's counsel. Thanks to the knowledge of the icons and the rituals used to invoke them, I believe we've identified a workable solution. As you will recall, Susano was summoned forth using the power of relics locked away in the Kojin's vault on the Isle of Zeki. Though said relics remain there to this day, it is all but certain that the act of summoning exhausted their stores of aether, making subsequent summonings impossible. Assuming that is the case, preventing the Primal's return rests on denying the Red Kojin the means to amass new stores of aether, either via the acquisition of crystals or the relics they are wont to collect. For this, I plan to enlist the aid of our friends of the Blue Kojin. Since Doma's liberation, we have forged closer bonds with Buchin and his people, and with their support, I am quite confident we can keep the Red from obtaining what they require to call upon the Susano. And what of the prisoners? They will be exchanged as agreed, and I will give full credit to Asahi for the success of the transaction. If there's aught we can do to help the populace garner favor, I mean to see it done. But first, I have some unfinished business to attend. Would you all come with me? Yes, of course, but what manner of business? A past mistake which I would see put right. One which has weighed heavy on my mind. The only thing I could think of is Yotsuyu. Eating dango again. That's... Alright. Rise of a New Sun. With Yotsu safely in Gosetsu's care, all that remains is to answer Ahasu's proposal. I realize other matters demand our attention, but I would ask that you stay a while longer to see this business through.
You in combat and also in the exchange of prisoners, assuming you accept our conditions, of course. As you know, your sister is in our care. Due to certain complications, however, we are hesitant to release her into your custody.
Complications?
She was inside Doma Castle when it collapsed. Though she survived, she remembers nothing of her past life, not even her name. To clarify, she is in our care not as a prisoner, but as a vulnerable citizen of Doma.
Are you saying you refuse to release her?
Not at all, if her memory returns before the appointed hour.
And if not, what exactly? You will accommodate her here in Doma?
Well, I sincerely doubt she will be of any great strategic value to the Empire. She spends her days daydreaming of Dango.
Dango? How dreadful. Very well. In light of our recent misstep in Sakazuki, it seems only fair that I show you the same understanding you have shown us. Though I do have one small request. Regardless of Yotsuyu's value to the Empire, she is yet my sister. Before I leave, might you permit me to speak with her in private?
Of course. Perhaps you could even bring her a plate of dango. She would be most pleased. Yugiri will see you to her chambers.
Forgive me, my lord, but has he not been gone over long? Perhaps I should... Calm yourself, Gosetsu. I understand your concern, but we have to wait. He deserves that much. I am sorry to have kept you waiting. Thank you for your understanding. Long did I dream of this reunion, but never did I imagine it would be so joyless. Part of me hoped your stories of our condition were just that, but alas, it is as you say. So do you remember anything of this man? Anything at all? No. I am a stranger to her. That much is clear to me from a single look. I leave her in your care. As you wish. Now, if you will excuse me, my superiors are long overdue a report. They will be elated to hear of our agreement. Of that I have no doubt. As for the exchange itself, once I have obtained the relevant permissions, I will arrange for your people to be relieved of their various duties and sent here to Yansha. This will take time, of course. Of course. You may rest assured your soldiers will be well cared for until your return. You will also be taking steps to better counter the threat of the Kojin and their Aegon. Before you take your leave, there is one other matter. I am informed it was you who took the lead in rescuing 2 young domans from a band of Kojin sellswords. I have not yet had the time to thank you properly. Please, there is no need to thank me. I only did what anyone would do under these circumstances. Fortunately, I was in good family at the time. The blight of the Red Kojin is of the Empire's making. Were it not for our transgressions, those children would have needed saving. The people of Doma have suffered enough, my lord, and I promise to do all in my power to spare them further pain, be it at the hands of the Kojin or indeed the Empire. I pray the Emperor will see things as you do. There may yet be hope for us all. Until we meet again. Kosetsu, as before, I leave Yotsuyu to you. I invite the rest of you to join me outside. Let's treat Asahi to a proper farewell. So, I do love that I am an hour and 30 minutes into the stream. I think it was like about an hour and 22 minutes in that I decided to take a look, and I noticed there's been no audio other than my voice recording. Why did no one tell me there was no game audio? The ambassador's airship awaits at Castrum Fulminus. Let us be off.
I wish you a safe journey.
This has been a most enjoyable visit. I look forward to our next meeting. Maxima, would you take the others and see that all is ready for our departure? I simply cannot leave without first giving thanks to the Warrior of Light for accompanying me through Yansha.
Yansha. Okay, so I was right.
Mark me, savior of the savages. There will be a reckoning.
I knew you were not. Skeevy!
You've nowhere left to run, traitor!
Ignorant savages! Killing us will avail you naught. For every Imperial you cut down, 1,000 more will come. Abandon this foolish endeavor and surrender. You may yet serve our righteous cause.
How dare you speak of righteousness? You who forsook kith and kin to serve conquerors! Be glad I grant you this mercy. What in the...
Xeno.
Reinforcements? No, just one! Cut him down!
That's Xeno's don't.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
This one is promising. Who remains to offer us resistance?
A host of rebels led by Lord Cayenne hold the Enclave across the river.
Lord Cayenne.
The
I'm so
king of
glad I killed you.
The former king of Dorma, sir. They say he is one of the greatest swordsmen alive.
I guess you
Is
killed
that
yourself,
what they say?
Who was that?
Surely you jest. That was Xenos Galvus, legatus of the 12th, the Crown Bloody Prince. I heard he was strong, but that was frightening.
That was Lord Xenos. Everything you are, your power, even your face, it vexes me. Go on. Lash out like the beast you are at an emissary and jeopardize the newfound peace between Dorma and the Empire. My lord was destined to lead us unto a glorious new age. Your light is nothing to his radiance.
Your lord is dead.
I will cherish this moment, lock it away within my heart, until the day we meet again.
Please report what he just said to me.
You look troubled, my friend. Was it something he said?
Of all the memories to witness.
I had my doubts about him, but I would never have guessed he was a disciple of Xenos. My lord.
Calm yourself, Ugiri. I set no store by him or his enlightened brethren. But if by treating with them there is even the faintest hope we might secure the return of our conscripted brothers and sisters, I must play this game. After the way I risked their lives in the rebellion, I owe them that much.
Trap.
My lord, you bear no blame for their fate.
If not blame, then responsibility. They were prisoners, and still I chose to fight, knowing they could be executed in retaliation. But now we have a chance to bring them home. If it means bargaining with a monster, so be it.
My lord.
Besides, I think he likes me, which is more than some can say.
Jokes. Now he in. It makes no sense. Why would he bother keeping up the pretense for so long, only to drop it right before the very end? Perhaps he no longer thought it necessary, having secured Doma's cooperation in the prisoner exchange. If he truly is a disciple of Xenos, 'tis possible emotions simply got the better of him. Remaining calm around the woman who slew his lord would have taken its toll. Whatever the explanation, now is not the time for hasty reprisals. We shall proceed as planned. The Red Kojin must be placed under surveillance and the Garlean prisoners be ready for the exchange. But you need not concern yourself with the details. Leave the affairs of Doma to us. When the hour of the exchange draws near, we will call for you. I should certainly hope so. Whatever the Empire's true intent, we would be on hand to play our part, either to defend Doma or to help usher in a lasting peace. I thought we might use the time to return to Eorzea, but given the volatility of the situation, mayhap it would be best if we remained in Kugane. Agreed. Between Yotsut's amnesia and Asahi's dubious agenda, I'd say we have an ample reason to remain in the neighborhood. If anything should happen, anything at all, you must send for us at once. Oh, I will. On that you have my word. Charting a path through the sea of troubles promises to be difficult enough. I'm not so proud as to attempt the feat alone. To Kugane, then. Tatara and the others must know what transpired here. Jump here real quick to do this. Slap bone. Yes, Domans, you can overturn home. Okay, I need to actually pay attention to what they're asking me. I don't remember. Have you seen a carbuncle roaming about? I mean, there's a ruby carbuncle. Why am I having to solve all their problems? Things left one. I'll deal with all that later. My, it seems you were all in quite a predicament. Well, should we receive any urgent missives from Dongwa, rest assured you'll be the first to know of it. Yes, of course. We were discussing ideas to replenish our coffers, but I suppose that cannot wait if any urgent news were to come through the office. About that. I wish to apologize to Taro. It was reckless of me to make such a purchase without first consulting you. You may be certain, however, that I mean to reimburse the scions, even if it means... even if it means drawing upon my personal funds. That's very thoughtful of you, but I'm sure it won't come to that. If Sorobon's business proposition is as promising as it sounds, Mayra should have no difficulty wiping the red from my ledger. Forgive me, Marish. It would seem I have unwittingly heaped my financial troubles upon you. I swear I will pay you back. Though I fear I will struggle to cobble together anything of monetary value. Knowledge I can gather in abundance. To start, I plan to investigate the divisions forming within the Empire. Mayhap Royal and his associates have heard something of the subject. Regardless, the more we know about the politics of Garlemald, the better our chances of predicting the Imperial's next move, which might yield you an advantage on the day of the prisoner exchange. Knowing what we do of Asahi's apparent resentment towards you, I cannot say what he hopes to gain from it. Or if there's even the faintest chance that the lasting peace could be forged between Doma and the Empire, what choice have we but to try? Lord Ian had the right of it. Asahi may very well be a monster, but we must play his game for now. Arranging the prisoner exchange proved easier than I thought. Yes, my lord will be most pleased. Everything is going according to plan.
Can you truly remember nothing? Nothing at all?
Were we friends?
Yes. We were good friends, you and I. In fact, I've brought you a gift. I pray that one day soon, as you gaze into that mirror, you will remember the woman staring back at you.
It's so pretty. Who are you? Who are you?
How are you feeling, my lord?
Fine, now leave me.
You're dead. You're supposed to be dead. No, 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 no. You're dead. I killed you. Damn it all. Damn it all. Ah, Marish, impeccable timing. We've just received a letter from Lord Ian. He writes that the Domans are coordinating their efforts with the Blue Kojin to maintain a constant watch over the Red. By staying on the lookout for signs of crystal hoarding and the like, they mean to nip any summoning attempts in the bud, thereby satisfying the conditions for peace set down by the ambassador. For the Guardians' part, the Populares have sent word that a vessel bearing Doman conscripts is soon to arrive in Yansha. 'Twould seem that the prisoner exchange is to proceed as planned. Lord Hian requests your presence, and I share his view that you should be on the hand at this crucial juncture. According to the letter, Yotsuyu's memory has yet to return, so it looks like she'll be living out of the rest of her days in Doma, assuming the ambassador means to honor the agreement, of course. Before we get to that, however, I think we should be wise to assess her condition one last time. If the Domans have missed any change in her mental state, however slight, it would be better if Asahi weren't the one to spot it. Agreed. Let us make straight ways for the Enclave, then. Lord Hien will be waiting. I trust you will cope in our absence, Tataru? Don't worry about me, I'll be fine. Just be sure to come back safely. Ah, I see my letter reached you across the Ruby Sea. Thank you for coming so swiftly. Though I wrote at some length on the subject of the forthcoming exchange, there is one other matter I neglected to mention. It concerns Gosetsu. As you may have observed, he returned from his ordeal rather the worse for wear, and despite his best efforts to conceal his condition, perhaps because of them, he recently collapsed. Good gods, is he alright? Confined to bed and grumbling without cease, but he has shown signs of recovery. He made me promise not to tell you, lest you worry unduly, which was all very well when you weren't here. Now that you are, however, I think it high time he received some visitors. Might you spare him a moment? Yotsuyu has scarce left his side, and I imagine you are curious as to see what's come of her as well. We'll visit him at once. Mirsch, Alize, shall we?
Open wide now.
Pleased to you. I'm not so frail that I cannot feed myself. I grow weary of the taste of gruel.
You don't like it? Can I fetch you something else?
Aye, wine. Or if that is not wholesome enough, I don't know. A sweet persimmon from Namai? I enjoyed them in my youth.
A persimmon?
Nay, pay me no mind. I am full. Besides, we have guests.
She's gonna actually go and try and get a
we are not
persimmon, isn't
interrupting
she?
your meal. We had heard you were confined to bed and thought you might welcome some visitors.
Confined to... a gross exaggeration. A trifle drained from my exertions, perhaps, but with a little rest, I shall be fighting fit again in no time.
Take off your clothes.
Gosetsu, is this how you've been spending your time?
My lady, I assure you this is not.
Off with them. We need to wash you. You stink.
Well then.
What are all these scars? There are so many of them.
A life of battle will leave its mark upon a man. Is something wrong, Tsuyu?
It's nothing. I'm fine.
But leave me be, woman. I will not be fussed over like some newborn babe.
Her memories are coming back. They make a convincing pair, do they not? On first acquaintance, I would think him a doting grandsire and her a modelled grandchild. Indeed, had someone told me a year ago that I would live to bear witness to such a scene, I would have declared them mad. That aside, I am relieved to see Gosetsu has lost none of his spirit. But what a turn of events. I mean, for her to suddenly be watching over him, who couldn't make it up. Although I suppose Gosetsu is an old man, with the way he charges through life, it can be easy to forget. Aye, he has resisted decrepitude with the same defiance he showed the enemies of Doma. But no matter how adamant his will, no man can carry on forever. He has pushed himself beyond the limits of endurance too many times. Even if his health returns, the fact remains, he will never again be the warrior he once was. He has given his all for liege and land, and will ask no more. And we will ask no more. And what of his nurse? If Yotsu is feigning that, well, she certainly has me fooled. This is no pretense. Ugiri, out of all of us, I would think you the hardest to convince, so what makes you so sure? I have been spying on Yotsu from the shadows, waiting for the misstep that would betray her charade for what it was. But her mask has never slipped, not once. She has remained in character from the first. One evening I watched her as she sat in her chambers, unguarded and alone. She had taken the dishes from the cupboard and was pretending to have read dinner right there on the tatami, a children's game. Even the wary shinobi would not go to such lengths. I can but conclude that her mind is truly broken. Well, that's good enough for me, and anyone else, I would hazard. Aye, the matter is settled. Yotsuyu will become Tsuyu, and will begin a new life here in Doma. Before that can happen, however, we will need to present her to the ambassador one last time to prove her memory is truly gone. But I would not risk parading her in front of our returning conscripts. Her presence at the exchange would only stir up mutinous thoughts. Understandably, as she is as good as fastened the chains around their necks. Aye, which is why I mean to conclude this business here with Tsuyu first, out of the sight of my countrymen. Will you help me? We are at your service. There is no higher purpose than the pursuit of peace. My thanks. The Garleans are on their way, and we must prepare to welcome the ambassador. We will meet you at the docks at Tsuyu. Excuse me, oh my goodness. Shall we wait here then? Lord Hien should not be long. My friends, have you seen Suyu? She is nowhere to be found. But the Gallians will be landing in a matter of moments. If she's fled, could it mean her memories have returned? I know not. Yugiri is scouring the streets as we speak, but it's possible Suyu has left the Enclave altogether. Captain, a word. Did you perchance carry a fair-skinned woman across the river? A fair-skinned woman, my lord? I do not rightly know. I think... Yes, my lord. Now that you mention it, there was a lady among the passengers whom I don't recall having seen before. Her face was hidden by the brim of her hat, but I remember taking her hand to help her onto the boat. White as new-fallen snow. Was she someone important, my lord? Have I done something wrong? Wrong? No. I was merely hoping to catch our guest before she departed. Beauties, Captain. She's going for that persimmon, isn't she? Twould seem Suyu has crossed the river. Kami, help me. No good can come of this. Seems Suyu has gone unrecognized thus far, but Kami help us if someone catches a clear view of her face. I must find her before that happens. The responsibility of her disappearance, of all of this, lies with me. But I would ask for your help, for your aid nonetheless. We are at your service, Lord Hien, hours before. Let us make the crossing and begin our search. You go on ahead. Someone should let Yugiri know what we've learned. I'll join you on the other side. We have no way of knowing where Suyu is headed, so we had best divide our forces. I will take Kusakara and its surroundings. Alvno, if you would take the road to Castum Filiminus? Mayrish, forgive me, but could I ask you to interrogate the residents of Yuzuka Manor? One of the Namazu may have seen our glory. If our road is an agreement, let us board the skiff and hope the Kami smile upon our efforts. Welcome to Yuzaka Manor. Yes, if there's anything you care to know, you need only a fair-skinned woman. I have seen no such traveler, I'm sorry to say, but most sorry, scaly-skinned Namazu on the other hand, we have in abundance. Unusually pale skin? Yes, I saw those women on the way back from my fishing trip. She just crossed the shallows east of here and was headed in a northeastern direction for the most part. Her steps did not seem certain, and if you hurry, you may still catch her. Irish, before you ask, our search for Kusagare and its surroundings has yielded exactly naught. Save this chance reunion with you, I suppose. Mistress Alize has gone to assist her brother at the Castro. It was she who informed me of the situation. I joined Lord Hien shortly thereafter. How did you fare at Yuzaku Manor? Any sign of our missing guest? Towards Namai? By the Kami, if the villagers recognize her, will not end well. You must hurry. Yugiri and I will check the paddles. The patties. The village square is yours. Yeah, she went for a persimmon. Foolish.
Greetings. Might I have one of your... Wait! Please! I only wanted a persimmon.
Kami, save us! Her spirit has returned!
She's back from the dead to seek her revenge!
It can't be. She couldn't have survived. What did I do? As if you don't know!
Good people of Namai, be at ease, I pray you. You have naught to fear.
My lord, forgive me, but what is that monster doing here? They told us she was dead.
I too was surprised to learn of her survival. More even than you, I would hazard. 'Twas I who cut her down, I who left her to her fate. But it would seem the Kami had other plans. By some miracle, both she and Gosetsu were spared when the keep collapsed, though Yotsugu's preservation came at the cost of her memory.
You're saying she's forgotten? Forgotten everything she's done?
Lies! Lies! My lord, she would say anything to escape punishment!
What does it matter? We have not forgotten her crimes, and we demand justice! I beg of you, Lord Hien, draw your blade and rid us of this canker!
What I saw then, it's all true. I'm sorry! I'm so sorry.
You're sorry? And what? We're supposed to forgive you?
Here, there's no need to cry. Can't you see how scared she is? How can you be scared of her? She's not the same.
Until such time as her memories return, this woman shall be known as Tsuyu and treated as a citizen of Doma. I will, however, see that she is watched at all times. Rest assured that there will be no more unannounced visits to the village. As your lord, I ask that you leave her fate in my hands and suffer her to live, for now.
Please, Issei.
All right. I'll keep my peace. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters.
All this over a persimmon. Oh, and her. That would have been better avoided, but at least it did not end in bloodshed. And judging from Suyu's reaction, she remains oblivious to the events of her former life. This was no escape attempt. Nay, it seems it was an offhand request of Gosetsu's which brought her here to Namai. She came in search of a persimmon. Huh. They say fruit is good for the health. I do hope Gosetsu finds the taste to his liking. Well, we've certainly taken the long way around, but let us continue on to Castrum Fulminus and our meeting with the ambassador. Elfno and Alize should still be there, conducting their search. I don't want to use that one. Like, honestly, let's unfavorite this one. Seems our imperial guests have already arrived. It is time to meet with the ambassador.
What a pleasure it is to see you once more, Lord Hien. Not to mention my dear sister.
A pleasure to see you too, Ambassador. Forgive us our late arrival. You have our people aboard the airship?
Exactly as agreed. We would leave you in no doubt as to the purity of our intentions. I dare say it was the self-same spirit of cooperation which prompted you to bring Yotsuyu here today.
Indeed. Before excluding her from the exchange, I thought it only fair that you see her condition for yourself. Physically, she is in fine health, but her mind is unchanged.
So I see. But all need not necessarily be lost. In anticipation of this tragic turn of events, I took the liberty of inviting some special guests.
What are you about to do, you sick bastard?
Ah, Yotsuyu. You look well.
You brought her parents?
Of all the people.
Is something wrong, dear sister? These are our beloved parents. Does not the sight of them bring back sweet childhood memories?
Gosetsu. I have to take this to Gosetsu.
It would seem my little surprise was not sufficient. You needn't glare at me so, Lord Hien. I merely did what any loving son would do for his family. Lest you doubt, I am content to leave the acting viceroy in your care. Pray, treat her as you would any daughter of Dorma. Do not grow too fond of this place, dear sister. You will come back to us ere long.
We continue with the exchange as planned, then.
Very good. The structure across the river should serve our needs. We shall await you there with the conscripts. If you would bring your captives.
Agreed. Until then, Ambassador.
I really don't like that guy. I knew better than to trust Asahi, but that was a dirty trick. Still, unpleasant as it was, we have at least put the matter of Tsuyu's future to rest. I have sent her back to the Enclave with Yugiri to give Gosetsu his precious persimmon. Come, let us follow them. You have that look, Alphino. What is it? Oh, nothing of consequence, most like. We can discuss this upon our turn. We should pay a visit to Gosetsu and reassure him about Tsuyu's fate. He will want to know that the Empire has finally relinquished its claim on her.
Gosetsu, are you awake?
My lord, come in, come in. When Tsuyu returned, her eyes were red from weeping. She spoke not a word, simply sat and peeled some fruit she'd brought for me. She then claimed weariness and retired to her chamber. Tell me, what happened to upset her so?
The ambassador arranged a surprise reunion with her foster parents. A misguided attempt to restore Yotsuyu to her senses. It was plain their presence caused her great distress, but she seemed otherwise unaffected.
Yotsuyu was mistreated as a child, was she not? It was a cruel trick to use her tormentors like that, knowing the pain it could cause.
I like this Asahi less and less.
Be that as it may, he has agreed to allow Yotsuyu to remain with us in Doma. Our primary concern now is to hand over the prisoners without incident and bring our people safely home.
There was one other detail at the meeting which caught my attention. I assume you all noticed the rather suspect crates within the castrum. The Imperials were quick to retrieve them afterwards, but I wonder...
Out with it, brother. You fear they might contain bombs or war machines?
If the ambassador wanted me dead, he has had ample opportunity. No, assassination is not his intent, but we should be on our guard for other acts of treachery.
My lord! Forgive me, but the Lady Yotsuyu, she's gone!
Gone?
I beg your pardons, my lords. I was certain she'd fallen asleep.
No, the responsibility is mine. 'Twas I who gave her a room instead of a cell. She may simply have wandered outside. We will organize search parties. Might I call upon your assistance?
Help!
Natsuyu's parents.
If only I had remembered. He should hate me. But I will not suffer his kindness. Not after what I did to him.
She remembers but regrets it.
Who's there?
Oh, it's you. What are you doing out here in the dark?
What are you doing here? You're not welcome here.
This is the Enclave, is it? When the soldiers dragged us back to Doma, you were the last person I expected to see.
You're the bane of our existence, Yotsuyu. A font of misery. You couldn't even do us the simple courtesy of dying, could you? Oh, no. You had to live and taint us with the shame of your failure. We had a perfect life in the capital, and now they're making us wallow in this muddy ruin like common swine. I don't deserve this.
Now, dear, that'll do. There seems little point in berating the girl when she scarcely remembers her own name. Our time would be better spent contemplating how we're to survive this unhappy predicament. You've kept your looks at least. I suspect you'd fetch a handsome price with the right buyer. Maybe enough to get us to Kugane and start a new business.
Oh, you deserve to be stabbed.
Ah, my beloved parents. No sooner do I wake from gentle slumber than the world returns in all its cruelty. Yes, this is how it always was. How it was meant to be. Very well. If I cannot escape my nature, then I shall embrace it. To the very depths I have sunk, my soul steeped in spite and rotten to the core. The self-righteous hide behind justice, but I need no such mask. Father, Mother, was it not you who made me into this monster? Who taught me the truth of this miserable world? For years I knew naught but the taste of pain and humiliation. But the time has come to savor my vengeance against Doma. Against all my enemies. And it begins with you!
Yotsuyu! What?
Well done, dear sister. Did I not say you would come back to us?
Brother dearest, what a surprise. You always were a cold-blooded little worm. I doubt you thought twice about sending our parents to their deaths.
Your dagger yet drips with their blood, and you presume to judge me? To be frank, I didn't think you had the strength to slay them so cleanly. A single thrust each. I'm impressed. But surely you can't be satisfied with murdering a pair of doddering elders. You yearn for a deeper vengeance, and the power to see it through.
That mirror again.
Please. I don't want to die.
Any sign of her? What happened here? I knew what would happen if she recovered, and still, I did nothing. You say she left with her brother? Whatever he wants with her, he was willing to pay for it with his parents' lives. But this is neither the time nor the place. We must gather the others.
We recovered the Norris's remains and will hold his cremation and all. Would that they had never set foot again in Doma. I broke the news to Gosetsu himself. He was quiet. And I think it best that he be allowed some time to put his thoughts. So, my friends, that which we feared has come to pass. Yotsuya has regained her memory and returned to the Imperial fold. It is by any measure a cruel twist, not the least for Gosetsu, but one which does not invalidate our agreement. According to the terms of the contract, we were bound to surrender Yotsuya in the Guardian's hands should her condition improve prior to the hour of the exchange. By that reckoning, all is, if not as it should be, then as it must be. This I can accept. But what I cannot accept are the unconscionable lengths to which Asahi went to achieve this outcome. Given his recent conduct and his apparent admiration for Xenos, it is plain he cannot be trusted. And that is to say nothing of the unexplained containers he insists on bringing to our meetings. Whatever the ambassador is planning, I think it unlikely our negotiations will end peacefully. In the event of hostilities, the safety of the conscripts must be our first concern. As such, I would have an escape route in place before the meeting begins. A wise precaution. If the main structure of the costume formally is to be the stage of the exchange, then I believe a thorough inspection is in order. The citadel has stood empty ever since the Imperial withdrawal, and while we took steps to ensure that it could not be defended by an occupying force, it is entirely possible the ambassador has arranged things there to his advantage. I will slip inside and make certain we have an unobstructed exit. Pray allow me to join you. I would have some experience in Imperial facilities, and should matters take a turn for the worst, I would hope to be at least of some use. Very good. Then there will be enough to guarantee us a way out of the guest room. Beyond that, however, We'll need a ship to ferry the conscripts back to the Enclave. Even with every skiff we have, it will take several trips to evacuate everyone. A Confederate scaboon, on the other hand, would require only a single run, and leave us with far less vulnerable on the water. Assuming, of course, Rasho can be convinced to part with one. Might I take the lead on this? I have had dealings with Rasho and his pirates before. And I won't be alone, will I, Marish? Well, that was enthusiastic. Were you hoping to join Yugiri and Alphino on the Skulky mission, perchance? I'm certain you would make a persuasive pair, but I think we will accompany you in these negotiations all the same. My lord, the ruler of Doma should not be consorting with common brigands. Come now, Yugiri. They stood with us against the Empire. If we ask their aid once more, we must treat them as equals. Thy presence shall serve to demonstrate our sincerity. Indeed, my lord. Pray forgive my presumption. By your leave, Master Alphino and I shall be about our task. And we should be on our way to Onoko. Time is short, and Rasho may take some convincing. Now there is a face I did not expect to see. What brings the noble lord of Doma into the company of bilge rats such as we? You've come to offer Doman chains in place of Garlean ones, and I'm afraid you've wasted a trip. And what fine subjects you would make. With your fleet at our disposal, our restoration efforts would be hastened tenfold. But let us speak seriously. I stand before you not to demand your fealty, but to request your aid once more. Mayhap you're confused. Doma's liberation was but a means to an end. We aided you only to save ourselves. Now we have no such incentive. We have sworn no oath to you, and will not come running like hounds at their master's whistle. And would I not presume to treat you thus? I come to petition your cooperation as an ally of equal standing. Equal standing, you say? Seems a bit lopsided to me. Where's the profit for us in all of this? Profit? Must you always think in such short-sighted terms? Have you ever heard of doing the right thing? Have you ever heard of pirates, little miss? You'll find we're simple souls. You pay our tithe, and we sail in peace. Or you sail in peace. Deny us our due, and we take it by force. We'll put you out of the water to see if you're drowning, but we are not in the business of doing something for nothing. Calm yourself, Miss Alizé. We did not come here to moralize. We came here to talk, and there is more to be said. According to the records recovered after liberation, relatives of your Doman-born brethren were among those conscripted in the Imperial Army. And as you may be aware, we have recently negotiated the return of such conscripts. Many, alas, will arrive to find no families waiting for them, no homes to grant them shelter. I would ask that you offer them a place in the Confederacy. You would not be rescuing strangers, but welcoming brothers and sisters into your ranks. And has not the Confederacy been in need of new recruits? You seem well informed of our affairs, Lord Ian. The losses we suffered at the Garlean's hands are no secret. But since we drove them out of Doma, the Ruby Sea has come alive with traders and travelers. So many vessels to tax, so few pirates to tax them. We could do with some more hands on deck, and doubly so if they're familiar with the inner workings of the Empire. Very well. The Confederacy agrees to your request. You will have your ship. But before that, you must do something for me. The vessel I have in mind was damaged during the Battle of the Empire. Though we have mended her, she is not yet to be declared seaworthy. She's sound enough down below, but when you load her up with conscripts and the waterline rises, those upper planks best be free of cracks. Assuming you want people to stay dry, you will do me a favor of swimming around the hold to check for weaknesses. That is, if Doman lords are not averse to getting their robes wet. Not this Doman lord. If we each inspect a third of the ship, it will be done in trice. That's the spirit. The ship is moored at Quickscrape Pier. Our apprentice shipwright will be on deck to hear your report. Look for the lad named Ihanashi. And I thought I had a knack for parleying with pirates. For the record, my previous attempt was an unmitigated success, and yes, I should have quit while I was ahead. Well, I thought the rumors exaggerated, but the young lord lives up to his reputation. Is it over here? Where is it? Okay, it is over here. Okay. Got a crack in the front left hull. Hi, I'm the shipwright, or apprentice shipwright. Did you find anything you might need to mention? On the port side near the bow, you say? Alright, I'll have a look and see what I can do. My apologies, I seem to have lagged behind, but I could float in the gentle sea all day. Otherwise, I'm happy to report no visible cracks or holes in my section of the hull. You're Lord Ian. The captain sent you to inspect the hull? Call me of mercy, forgive us this discourtesy, my lord. Huh, 'tis quite alright. In fact, I rather enjoyed it. I take it you are of Doma? Yes, my lord. The Imperials took my father away after the uprising, and I had nowhere else to turn. The Confederacy became my family. But someone told me they're releasing the conscripts now. Maybe my father will be among them. Not that I can go back. There's no leaving once you've joined. How fares our lady? Is she seaworthy? Captain, we found a small crack in the port side, but I'll have it fixed before you know it. I see you met the boy. Did he tell you a story? He babbles when he is nervous. Should his father be among the conscripts as he hopes, I mean to give him the choice to leave this life. If he so chooses, I expect you to see that they are well provided for. I have heard that there are those who join the Confederacy forsworn all ties with kin and homeland. Is that oath so easily put aside? If I allow it. I see him the lad I was 25 years ago. You say the words, you mean them, but the yearning for home still lingers. My family's long dead, and I know this life is my lot. But he has scarce dipped his toes with us. There is a life for him in Doma. He should have the chance to live it. Well said. The Empire's conquest has uprooted many and more, be it Yansha or out in the Ruby Sea. We have a duty to ensure that Ieyasu and the others others like him are free to dwell where they desire. Then the matter is settled. I will make preparations to cast off. Well, my friends, it seems we have our ship. Let us return to the Enclave. It seems Yugiri and Alpha have completed the task before us. They have been waiting. We scouted the structure and determined the swiftest path to safety. In the event of hostilities, we will lead the conscripts outside with all possible haste. From there, the Confederacy has pledged to ship to ferries across the One River. Now we have but to attend the exchange and pray the Kami these precautions were unnecessary. While we were putting our contingency plans in place, I left Hakuro in charge of organizing transport for the Imperial prisoners. He will see they arrive at the appointed hour, leaving us free to rendezvous with our Confederate allies. Come, they await us on the riverbank, not far from the castrum. Aye, and we're ready for what lies ahead, I trust. Lest there be any confusion, though, the tower across the water is to be the scene of the exchange. That and whatever else he has planned. But regardless of the ambassador's intentions, we will bring our people home. Yugiri, you are to evacuate the conscripts at the first sign of trouble. Yes, my lord. We, meanwhile, shall cover their escape and lend what support we can. Your ship awaits you at the Castrum's loading docks. We will see you safely home. Then all stand ready to play their part? Come, let us be about it.
At last, the hour has come. The conclusion to these negotiations will mark a new beginning for Dorma and the Empire. A first step on the road to peaceful coexistence.
Indeed. We are ready to proceed with the exchange when you are. Forgive my curiosity, Ambassador, but is there a purpose to these containers you bring with you?
Oh, the supply crates. They are filled with materials we hoped might be of use in Dorma's restoration. I meant to gift them to you at our last meeting, but we had so much else to discuss.
How very generous. I confess I had not expected such compassion, welcome though it is. But then I was also surprised by the news that one of our captives had delivered herself into your custody ahead of time. A minor discrepancy I shall overlook in the spirit of the occasion.
Are you perhaps referring to me, Lord Hien?
Yotsuyu.
Orphan of the Nairi, widow of Sashihai, and acting Viceroy of Dorma! You and your people are mine to govern, mine to punish!
Well, well. It would seem your shattered mind is mended. As per our agreement with the Ambassador, you are free to return with him to the Empire. Your authority as acting Viceroy, however, is no longer recognized here.
My position is not for you to decide, little lordling. All who resist the rule of the Empire must be purged. Such was the order given to me by Lord Xenos himself.
I really thought you were gonna pull off the redemption.
I will reign here in this putrid, pestilent swamp until the last of you has been broken. This land shall know no dawn. I will spew forth darkness and drown all in eternal night. And high above you I shall shine, uncaring, cold and distant as the moon!
No. Is she summoning an icon? An icon?
has she done?
Oh gods, this is a summoning.
A Dorman citizen has called forth an icon in direct violation of our primary agreement. The negotiations have failed. Abandon the captives and make preparations to withdraw.
But Ambassador!
Disobey me, Pilus, and you disobey the Emperor. Make preparations to withdraw! Now!
I'm gonna take great pleasure in killing you.
As you command.
Hey, Suzu. Okay, I'll hydrate 1 second.
My lord, you must fall back!
You ask me to run? Spare my pride, would you? I know this foe is beyond me. The field is yours. We will withdraw, but not without our countrymen. I want every soul accounted for. Every soul!
My lord.
I knew you would not flee. I see now the strength which flows from that baleful light of yours. But I am become Tsukuyomi, goddess of the moon and divinity of night. What power can compare to such celestial majesty? I shall plunge all I despise into darkness. And within that black abyss, even your light shall flicker and fail. Come, let us cast the stalks and look upon the fate of Dorman. I see a future in which the sun sets on this wretched land. Once and for all!
Is this going to be an actual trial, or is this another duty? Oh, so this is going to be like an I need an actual group of players for it. I can't do a AI thing. I wonder if I'm really gonna have to wait 12 minutes to get on this trial. Just unlocking stuff while I wait, I guess. Pretty sure this gets me the other deep dungeon. Yep.
Oh, it's going to be a long night. Your end is near.
That hurt a lot.
Your death will be all the sweeter. Taking out the remnants of her guild.
This cannot be!
Darkness is the spider lily. From mortal, I rise anew. Diffused with night, I shall prevail.
I have no idea how this fight works.
In night's chill shine petals pale.
under my heel! You under my heel!
Her hair's white now. I swear. Nyx! Hi! Thank you for the raid. Welcome, welcome. I want to kill this man. But Nyx, hello, welcome, welcome. Thank you for the raid.
You really must learn to finish the job. 'Tis true that a gaudy mirror and a handful of crystals make for a feeble summoning. But even the weakest icon is a god of sorts. A threat that must be put down.
Still really enjoying the playthrough. I want to rip this guy apart. He's been irritating me ever since he showed up.
My! Such hostility! These beings are the sworn enemies of the Empire. I merely did my duty as an Imperial officer. Will you surrender to anger then? Slay an anointed emissary to avenge a fallen foe?
Okay, let me pause that for just a second so I can do this. Why is my caps lock on? But how was your stream, Nyx? What were you streaming? How'd it go? I'm actually Gunbreaker. Tanky DPS guy. See, I beat a boss with 1 million HP as a newer player. That was such a pain. It had 3 different phases. Ooh. Well, I'm glad you won, Luffy. Must have been rough. I don't, as I said, I don't know too much about Honkai Star Rail. I've just seen a few people play it. Not really my type of thing, but for the ones that do play it, I know they really enjoy it. Me and turn-based combat are enemies. I like being able to free move because I know I can dodge things. It was Helldivers with was Cat fair. Been a bit since I played. Been a player for 10 years. For 10 years? Oh wow. I've been, I guess, I want to say 3, but I'm not sure if I can count last year since I didn't play at all. Do I want to disable it? No.
Ha! You cannot, of course! To do so would burn the bridges we have labored so hard to build. Oh, but I'm forgetting.
There's a humming noise?
Ready, Ash. This.
Oh, you know what? I bet I know what it. Hold on. Thank you for letting me know. I bet it's picking up this flipping fan. Yeah, it's picking up my fan. It's really hot here.
No one alive loves him more than I! Instead, this harlot betrayed his trust. Useless piece of filth!
Oh,
worthless
I'm going to kill you.
Thank you, dear brother, for this precious gift. Vengeance. These people, our people, they ignore the corruption which festers beneath the surface. Cast aside that which is dirty and broken. Speak not of things which would disrupt their dreary little lives.
He really did. Like
you, Asahi. Always pretending not to see. You were the first. The first I swore to kill.
Like, I thought he was skeevy and shady from the moment he got introduced. And the moment he did that, like, little...
Such bliss. I had thought my hunger insatiable. But now I am satisfied. You should feel honored, dear brother. I saved the last of my strength, just for you.
You know, part of, even though she was a bit of a bitch, part of me was hoping she was gonna get like a redemption.
What's
like
the matter?
Cordola.
The Witch of Doma will soon be dead.
Just she and Gosetsu live their own little quiet life.
He will mourn too, perhaps. I wonder, was the fruit as sweet as he remembered?
Lord Xenos.
Stab him. Stab him dead.
Lord Xenos.
I don't know how he's still alive because I killed
At
him.
your disposal.
Asai, you were born of Doma, yes?
Yes, my lord. I am honored that you would remember me. How may I serve?
You are hereby appointed Ambassador Plenipotentiary and empowered to speak with the voice of the Emperor. Return to your native land of Doma and announce your intention to sue for peace.
For peace?
Once negotiations are underway, you are to locate the acting Viceroy.
She lives? That is to say, I will, my lord.
When you have found her, you will initiate a ritual to call forth an icon. I will instruct you in the necessary steps. Yotsuyu's faith is unreliable, but as a child raised to believe in the Kami, she will serve as a vessel for one of the Kojin's gods. She need only wish it to be so. The power will seem a gift, but the icon's essence will consume her. She will be no more than a husk, a slave to whim and desire.
My lord, ever since the day you saw fit to save my miserable life, I have dreamed of repaying your benevolence. Upon my honor, I swear to devote myself wholly to your service. All that you command will be done, no matter the cost. But I fear the subtleties of your plan yet elude me. From the reports I have heard, the champion who aids the Doman resistance would make short work of a single icon.
The icon is merely a message. The pacifist teachings of the Populares spread through this city like a plague. And I would remind the people of the threat we face. You will be my chosen agent. The hand which tolls the warning bell. The salvation of this world will not be won through the signing of treaties.
Your chosen agent. I will not fail you, my lord. My master, Lord Xenos, he will come for you.
About time he died.
You have prevailed, I see.
She is gone. Wherefore did the Kami spare us, only to inflict this pain?
They always hit you right where it hurts.
Death shall not want for company this day. You spared us a worse disaster, but I fear our fledgling peace with the Empire was beyond saving.
Lord Hien!
Maximo, is it not? I assumed you long fled.
I entertain thoughts of escape even now. But our negotiations have yet to reach a satisfying conclusion. The ambassador insisted that the summoning spelled an end to our mission here. But it seemed to me there was more to the tale. I have heard tell of this power you wield. And in your vision, you witnessed Lord Xenos giving these orders.
And how can that be? Xenos is dead. He took his own life after the battle in Alamigo. I saw his body with my own eyes.
Forgive me, but Lord Xenos is very much alive. He granted our party an audience prior to our departure. That he was gravely wounded is certain, but his recovery appeared to be proceeding apace.
I'm afraid I share Lord Hien's confusion. The man's death was confirmed and his remains interred. These are matters of public record.
I have no doubt you believe what you say. But what then is the explanation? That an impostor has infiltrated the innermost circle of the Imperial Court? The idea is inconceivable, absurd. But worthy of investigation nonetheless. Our movement can ill afford to have a highly placed pretender undermining our efforts.
Your efforts may yet bear fruit. Tell me, what is to become of our prisoner exchange? Though we have already taken custody of our conscripts, we have yet to release your Imperial comrades. Do you still intend to collect them?
Yes. As the late Ambassador's second-in-command, it falls to me to speak on the Empire's behalf. And I'm happy to confirm our intent to proceed according to the original agreement.
Then let us be about it. 'Twould be a pity to abandon such a promising beginning.
Indeed. You have my thanks, Lord Hien. As soon as our people are secure aboard our airship, we shall depart straightways for Garlemald.
Tread lightly, Pilus. I sense treachery awaits you there.
Might I accompany you to the capital?
Alphino, have you gone mad?
Imposter or no, if Xenos was instructing Asahi on the finer points of ritual summoning, then experience tells us there is an Ascian waiting in the wings. Without our knowledge and expertise, our new friends will be hard-pressed to contend with a foe for whom death is but a minor inconvenience. They need our help.
Were you indeed willing to share your knowledge of this enemy, we would not shun your counsel.
You truly mean to do this? In full knowledge of the danger?
I have seen the Warrior of Light risk her life on countless occasions. Next to her, I'm scarce more than a distraction on the battlefield. But in the meeting room or the audience chamber, there I can make a difference. I can strike bargains, forge ties, and change minds. And where better to do these things than in the home of our old enemy?
It's a stupid risk, but good luck.
'Tis not for me to stop you. But I would have you consider an alternative arrangement. Rather than braving the Empire as a simple traveler, go forth as an emissary of Doma. Such a position should offer you some measure of protection.
Go then. You've obviously made up your mind. Just try not to do anything reckless, all right?
I shall be on my best behavior. Farewell, my friends.
I knew Aussie was planning some manner of treachery, but a summoning? Thank the kami you were here, my friend. None of us would have escaped Yotsu's vengeance had you not intervened. She was a pawn, but she still had a choice, and she chose to submit to the ambassador's plan. It is little wonder Gosetsu departed in silence. I gather he left the same way he came, alone aboard a rowing boat. As for the conscripts, most made it to the Skebiboon before the battle began in earnest. But the vessel yet awaits on the riverbank for those who did not flee in time. And I suggest we put this doleful place behind us and make for the Enclave together. 'Twould be a shame to miss the joyous reunion.
How often have I imagined this moment? Thank you for helping it come to pass.
Gosetsu?
Ah, there you are.
Your...
Gosetsu, your hair.
My friend, what have you done?
An old man who cannot raise his blade has no place in the service of a young lord. Thus did I decide to devote my remaining days to pilgrimage. I will walk this land, offering prayers of repose for all the souls who left this life in suffering.
All of them?
I really want to pick this one, but...
A fulsome farewell makes for an enjoyable journey.
Scarcely have we said our goodbyes to Alphino, and you leave us too. But 'tis well that my companions find their own way forward. I must endeavor to do the same.
I have faith that you will find the best path for Doma without me, my lord. Pray forgive me this last act of selfishness, and grant me your blessing.
You have earned it 1,000 times over. Go in peace, my friend. I shall make of Doma a land where children laugh, and none need live in fear.
There is no better way to honor those who went before. And with that, I take my leave.
Gosetsu. Ah, Gosetsu. Fair journey to you, my friend. A bittersweet occasion, but there's yet ample cause to be grateful. Pray join us in the Kienkan. I would thank you properly. Our brothers and sisters are returned to us, and the dream of Doma's restoration is much closer to being realized. It's a day that will live long in memory, and one that would never have dawned without the courageous actions of the Scions. On behalf of Doma and her people, we give you our deepest thanks. Lest you think me complacent, I assure you, I have not forgotten the dark cloud on the horizon. That Xenos lives in a source of grave concern, mayhap the gravest. Yet there's little to be done but wait for Alphino to send word. Until then, I plan to devote myself to fulfilling the promise I made to Gosetsu. by building a nation in which none will need live in fear. I confess, I miss him already. But the thought that he has at last found peace goes some way of softening the blow. I wonder, did you ever stop to ask yourself why he showed Yotsuyu such kindness? I believe the answer lies in past tragedies, specifically the death of his wife and daughter during the invasion. Though he hid it well, they were never far from his thoughts, and in Yotsuyu's childlike mien, I believe he saw not a fallen tyrant, but the little girl who was lost to him. After the loss of his family, Gosutsu devoted himself wholly to the service of his country. He helped he suffered any hardship, strove beyond the limits of endurance without hesitation or complaint. Though Tsuyu could never truly replace his daughter, I had hoped that with her at his side, he might live out the remainder of his days in relative contentment. Would that the kami have been so minded. Even now I labor to discern any meaning in Yotsuyu's fate. To deliver her from certain death with no memory of her sins, only to leave her at the mercy of her stepbrother. Can that truly have been their will? That I cannot tell you. The will of the kami is not for us to know. What I do know is that for a brief moment, the girl known as Tsuyu lived among us, and that she brought with her a whisper of respite for a grieving heart. I think it's time we were going, don't you? We've done all we can here, and we have a lot to report. But before we head back to the Rising Stones, let's call in at Ralgrim's Reach. We should be the ones to tell Leeson about Xenos. After everything we went through together, we owe her that. Kiribanya, Ralgrim's Reach. Goodness, how much more is there to the post MSQ? Marish, Alaze, you're back. No Alpha now? It's good to see you, Lise. As for my headstrong brother, he's off on what will almost certainly turn out to be a once-in-a-lifetime trip to Garlemald. It's a long story, but we have evidence that Xenos might still be alive. What? But if this is a joke, gods, this had better be a joke. Look, I know what I saw, right? We all saw it. And here you are saying he's alive and well and living the high life back in Garlemald? I know how ludicrous it sounds, but I'm still having difficulty believing it myself. But while I might doubt the word of an Imperial envoy, I'm inclined to trust Marish. She saw the Crown Prince through the Echo in a meeting that could only have taken place in the recent past. Xenos is alive. No, it must have been, I don't know, some kind of really convincing imposter? Xenos is dead. We had a great big hole in his neck. We buried him. Aye, and someone went to the trouble of desecrating the bastard's grave, remember? Dahl's Gilded Hall. A halls? Whatever you were talking about. Thancred, what brings you to the Reach? Alphino had me lending a hand at this altar, keeping an eye on the rebuilding work and so on. Just until operations were up and running, and now that we are here, now that they are, I thought to look in on you before wending my weary way back to the headquarters. Forgive me if I misheard, but is there some suggestion the late Crown Prince could have gotten better? If so, I might suggest a quick look inside his coffin as our first order of business. As much as I hated the man, it doesn't feel right defiling his grave. If we put this rumor to rest, I suppose we should. And when there are no curious eyes about, if we can manage it. Xenos is buried at Bloodbow in the locks. His grave was set apart from the others and left unmarked so as to not upset the locals. Then it shouldn't be too hard to find him. Margot, you're in charge until we get back. I love when my roommate turns off the AC and doesn't let me know. No wonder it's so hot in here. This is it. Gods, you better be in there. Someone crawled all over the stone a while ago. Scrawled all over the stone around, but I had it scrubbed off and thought no more about it. So no one thought to check if the coffin was still occupied? Well then, we are presented with but one course of action. And we had best be sure we are not observed in the doing of it. Shall we begin?
Oh dear. We seem to be missing a corpse.
So he is in fact...
Well, it must be somewhere.
Not dead.
I only hope it isn't walking around.
Who the heck? Hi, Suzu. Thank you, thank you. If there's no corpse, then are we to conclude the rumors are true? Not necessarily. We might still be dealing with a doppelganger of some kind. An agent could have sent to dispose of the body in a bid to lend credence to the tale of Xenos' resurrection. More and more, however, I am myself siding with Alfina's theory of Asian possession. Asian possession. Speaking from experience, I could tell you they have no qualms about taking over a living host, let alone a dead one. You're saying an Asian is walking around in Xenos' body? Seems a distinct possibility. Once I have put his grave back into the way we found it, I shall pay a visit to the people responsible for interring the Crown Prince.
Did you go get my box?
I will be right back, guys.
It's breaking out, can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we're gonna light it up tonight. We're gonna light it up, babe. Tonight we're gonna light it up just like the sunrise. We're gonna light it up.
If he wasn't, that there was... Sorry, I got yelled at. So... There will not be a be right back.
I didn't yell at you.
If he wasn't, that was some trick. He as good as cut his own head off. Anyway, Rabons needs to hear of this. If you find anything out, send word to me at Ralga's reach. I don't know why I'm surprised. With matters settling down in Doma, we were due another crisis. Shall we make for the Rising Stones, then? It's past time we share these developments with the others. While I was waiting for you to arrive, I spoke with Urianger over Link Pearl and gave him a full report. Y'shtola is on her way and should be here any... Ah! Alazay, Marish, it's good to see. It is good to see you safe and well. What news have you from the east? Disturbing developments indeed. Given all that we know, I too would conclude that an Ascian now inhabits Xenos' body. A doppelganger might fool the Crown Prince's subordinates, but Mayrish? Nay, Alphino had the right of it. Would that his wisdom extended to the question of his own safety. Capable though he has become, his ventures alone into the enemy stronghold in the shadowy web of the Paragons like us not. When it comes to making rash decisions, I'm hardly in a position to criticize, but I'm worried. I just wish there was something I could do for him besides pray. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, we cannot suffer icons to exist. Was I not clear on this point? More than clear. The icon in question was summarily dispatched by the Warrior of Light. The summoner is dead, and the rite beyond repeating. Everything proceeded according to plan, every party behaving exactly as required. My methods may seem extreme, but there's no cause for concern. I work only to ensure the salvation of this star. What are you doing fiddling with that thing? I asked you a question, soldier. What are you... Have you lost your mind? I have lost many things, but my mind is yet my own. There upon the stage I stood, prepared to take my final bow, only to find that the finale was but an intermission. Shall I use this chance to repent for my sins? Embrace goodness and mediocrity? Nay, I think not. While the one I yearn to face yet lives, the heart must go. You're Xenos. Xenos is in another body? What the fuck? Been an eventful few days, hasn't it? But I suppose all we can do now is wait for a word from Alphina. I don't recall the last time I had nothing pressing to be getting on with. We should probably make the most of it. Shall I put on some tea? Tea would be lovely. You may regale me with the tale of your adventures in the Far East, and of your encounter with this new primal especially. I'll put the kettle on then. The table looks free if you'd like to take a seat. Interesting. So this Tsukuyomi was summoned in much the same manner as Susanoo, via the medium of a sacred relic. That's right. They believe their gods, or kami, reside in physical objects. Given the danger they represent, it may behoove us to begin a catalogue of such relics. But if we are to contain the threat, we will require a better understanding of the summoning method itself. I believe I shall pay a visit to Doma and learn what I can from the subject. A fine idea, and I know for a fact that our friends in Doma would be grateful for any information which we can provide to prevent further summoning in the region. I will pen you a letter of introduction. Lord Hien will wish to welcome our resident expert on atheology. Greetings. Could it be that I'm in time for tea? It certainly looks that way. Come on, sit down and tell us how your investigation went. After you left, I went about questioning Bloodhoof's gravekeepers. They all told me the same story. Once Lys and her officers had confirmed Xenos is dead, his corpse was interned under strict supervision. There seems little reason to doubt their testimony on that point, but when I mentioned the defacement of Xenos' grave, accounts grew rather more vague. None reported having seen any suspicious persons in the vicinity, and all assumed the act to have been perpetrated by a vengeful Alamigan. Crucially, however, I was able to confirm that when the offending scrawl was removed as per Lys's instructions, no one involved thought to check the contents of the coffin. By that stage, 'tis likely that the corpse was already missing. Assuming Xenos has not, in fact, risen from the dead, we are left with two plausibilities. Either the body was disposed of to lend credence to the claims of an extremely committed impostor, or an Ascian has taken up residence within it. If Asahi was as fervent a devotee as you believe, he would not have been fooled by an impersonation, however committed. We must assume that we are dealing with an Ascian and proceed accordingly. Agreed. The question is, how many more such monsters are waiting for Elfino and Garlemald? Their presence was his chief reason for going. He understood the risks. I only hope he did not underestimate the extent of the infestation. Meanwhile, on the Imperial Hypersonic Assault Craft LXXV, L-25. Master Alphino, we are making good speed towards our destination. Is aught amiss? Nay, 'tis just. I can see naught from my cabin, and I was curious to know the land over which we flew. I'm afraid our military craft are built with little thought of such niceties. I am happy to indulge your curiosity, however. We are presently passing over the burn on the western edge of Orthid. Even with the benefit of a porthole, your gaze would have been greeted with naught but malms upon malms of lifeless earth. I have read something of the burn. It was described as a desolate wasteland, blood dry, every last drop of ether. Aye, it is believed that a succession of Aegon summonings were responsible. When Emperor Solus first came to Orthard and beheld its blight, he said to have reeled at the scale of the devastation. He declared icons a threat to our very star's existence and issued an empire-wide decree ordering the eradication of all such entities. Report! We're under attack, sir. Metrotech armor. No visible designation. Metrotech, but who? All cannons, return fire. Damage report. The main reactor's been hit. Helm unresponsive. We're going down, sir. Damn it, they knew exactly where to hit us. All hands, brace for impact. Glad to have you back, Master Alphino. We've landed in one piece, more or less. But the air filtration system is damaged, and the ship is filling with smoke. We must gather the survivors and get out while we still can. Aye, aye. I'm doing a duty? What? I will fight as Alpha now. Master Alpha now, might I ask? My thanks. I don't think I would have made it. Yes, you are very likely saved his life. The question of how... The prince? They've not come to parley, I fear. Ready your weapons. Asian Xenos. Confound it, not here, not like this. Who in the Emperor's name? Enemies of our enemies? Introductions can wait. You are calm in a crisis, Master Alphino. Let us finish this then. I know that move. Gaius? Is that Gaius? We're bringing back a lot of people that I thought were dead. You're Gaius. My thanks. Your intervention proved most timely. Well, well, I do not think to meet an Eorzean in this place, let alone a scion. You know of me, sir? I have some small history with your order. But I would speak of the present, know of your assailants, and the severity of your predicament. The soldiers bore the insignia of the Emperor's personal guard, and I could venture a guess as to their motive, but you have yet to have us You yet have us at a disadvantage, sir. Will you not tell us who you are? Our names are not yours for the asking, and as for our purpose, let this be your answer. An Ascian mask? The face of our prey. You must away before more arrive. Come with us or stay, but make your choice now. Even should we manage the long trek out of the burn and secure passage to the capital, we would no doubt be greeted by the Emperor's guard. Indeed, we accept your gracious offer. Shadow Hunter will suffice for the present. Come. Alright, I think we will wrap it up there once we take control of our character again. Oh, this is intolerable, but as much as I wished it were otherwise, there is nothing we can do for Alphona now but pray for his success. Well, that is not entirely true. While your brother journeys to Garlemald from the east, I could make my way there from Elamigo and find out what there is to be learned in the Empire's western provinces. Then I'm coming with you. I can't very well sit here sipping tea if there's action to be taken. Forgive me, Alize, but the provinces are hostile territory, and stealth is all important. It is safer that I go alone. I can sneak well enough when the situation demands it. Don't patronize me. We should leave this to Thancred. Not you two. I understand your frustration, Alize, but Mayrish has the right of it. We must defer to Thancred's expertise in this matter. Fine, just promise you'll be careful. Seems that praying is the extent of my contribution after all. But I will stay behind as I have been bid. We all have our talents. Mine just happened to involve a silver tongue and soft souls, as I promised to send word the moment I learn aught of consequence. See that you notify me too. I mean to depart for Doma as soon as I find a suitable Eastern Alderman vessel to bear me thither, but I shall return if I am needed. Be sure to drop in whenever you're next in the area, Mayrish. With any luck, I'll have a painfully detailed report from Alphona to share. Alright. We are done for now. Wow. Things are getting crazy. Xenos is alive. Hyotsuyu is dead. Gosetsu's gone. Doma's taken care of. We are racking up the tally marks with this this stream. No, so we'll be returning for more Final Fantasy later this week. next Final Fantasy stream, I'm going to do my best to keep going until we finally hit Shadowbringers, because we got to be close by this point. Other than that, no real plans for the rest of this week. If there is another stream outside of that, it's going to be spur of the notice, and for those that want to come by and catch it, I greatly appreciate it. For those that came by today, thank you so much. I appreciate the attention. I appreciate the support. We're going to do one more shout out to Valerie for the fantastic raid. Valerie Nix is a dear friend of mine in radios. They do a lot of shooter streams. So if you want to catch them absolutely destroying other people in gun games, go ahead and give them a follow. Well, I guess till next time, I hope you all have a wonderful morning, day, evening, night, wherever it is you so do reside. And always remember to embrace the chaos and craziness that comes with life. Till next time, bye now.
Endless celebrations all in my house. Levitating now, I'm super duper fly now. London boy, but DC where I reside now. Put the time in while you always yelling time out. And for quit it, cause I know I'm coming with it. You were sitting, you were wishing I was handling my business. Now I got the ball like Harry Potter playing Quidditch. And my business so humongous, you would think that happens in it. Oh man, I'm all that, yeah, I'm all that. Working for that whip, yeah, that what you call that. I'ma blow up in the summer, have him yelling fall back. And I've always been ahead like an effing ball cap. Man, I came in the game like, whoa. Got a couple chains on me cause I like gold. They told me I'm the best and I told them I know. Cause when I'm in your town, every ticket I sold. Yeah, they saying I'm the man. Facts, bro. Lot of haters, tell me where they at though. I'm the new pop, all I do is rap though. Want me on your song, throw a couple stacks, yo. Woo! Everybody wanna do the same thing, yup. That's why we